Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the glow of courage and the spark of self-discovery weave together a tale of determination, sacrifice, and the fight to embrace the fire within. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the heartwarming and heroic story of Ember, a small but determined dragon whose journey carried him through trials of strength, wisdom, and heart to uncover the true power that lay dormant inside him. So, find your coziest spot. Let the warmth of newfound strength and the echoes of dragonkind's timeless spirit surround you, and prepare to journey into a world where even the smallest ember can blaze into a fire of hope. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and which stories of courage and growth you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The valley of Skydream Crag was alive with the sound of dragonkind. Nestled high in the northern mountains, it was a haven where dragons of all sizes and colors roamed freely. The skies were streaked with their fiery displays as younglings tested their flame breath in playful contests, while elders soared with deliberate grace, their vast wings cutting arcs through the clouds. Skydream Crag had long been a place of legends, a cradle for greatness. Yet, in one corner of the valley, hidden behind mossy boulders and overgrown ferns, sat the smallest dragon anyone could remember. His name was Ember. Ember was a runt, born from an egg no larger than a sparrow's nest. Where his siblings were mighty and resplendent, golden scales gleaming in the sunlight, or emerald hides blending seamlessly with the forest. Ember was dull gray, his wings smaller than they ought to be, his frame scrawny. But most painfully of all, Ember had no flame. Every dragon in Skydream Crag was born with fire. It was their birthright, their pride. But Ember's first attempt at breathing fire, a clumsy puff that barely amounted to smoke, had been his last. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how deeply he inhaled or how fiercely he exhaled, nothing came. Just air, accompanied by the occasional weak cough. The other young dragons, his siblings included, had long since stopped including Ember in their games. "What's a dragon without fire?" they would tease. "What good is a flame that doesn't burn?" And though Ember pretended not to care, their words struck deep. He often sat by himself near the edges of the valley, watching the others play from afar, the ache of longing settling heavy in his chest. One such day, Ember found himself perched on a jagged rock overlooking the valley. The wind ruffled his dull gray scales as he stared at the horizon, where the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Below, the laughter and roars of the other younglings echoed as they competed to see who could scorch the highest branch of a dead tree. Each burst of flame sent the tree's brittle leaves into spirals of ash, earning cheers and applause. Ember sighed and folded his wings tightly against his sides. "What's the point?" he muttered to himself. I'll never be like them. The rock beneath him shifted slightly, startling him. He turned and saw a small lizard scuttling across the stone. Its scales shimmered faintly in the evening light, and it paused to tilt its head at Ember. "You're awfully small for a dragon," the lizard remarked, its voice high-pitched and curious. Ember blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected the lizard to speak. "And you're awfully bold for someone so close to a dragon," he retorted, though without much bite. The lizard shrugged. "Bold or not, you don't look like the kind to bite." Ember frowned, a twinge of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "I could bite if I wanted to." "Could you breathe fire?" the lizard asked, its tone almost playful. The question stung more than Ember cared to admit. He turned away, glaring at the horizon. "Go away." Instead of leaving, the lizard scurried closer, its tiny claws clicking against the stone. "You know," it said thoughtfully, "not all fire burns the same. Maybe you're looking in the wrong place." "What do you know about it?" Ember snapped, though his voice was tinged more with frustration than anger. "More than you think," the lizard replied cryptically, before darting off the rock and vanishing into the underbrush. Ember stared after it, puzzled. But before he could dwell on the encounter, a familiar voice called his name. "Ember! Come down here!" He turned and saw his sister, Aurelia, standing at the base of the rock. She was larger than him by far, her golden scales glinting even in the fading light. Her tone wasn't cruel, but it carried an edge of impatience. "What is it?" Ember asked as he glided down to meet her, his landing clumsy but passable. "Mother wants us all to gather at the nest stone," Aurelia said. "The elders are coming." The nest stone was the heart of Skydream Crag, a massive circular platform of obsidian where important gatherings were held. It was rare for the elders to summon the younglings, and Ember's curiosity stirred despite himself. "Why?" he asked. "What's happening?" Aurelia shrugged, though her golden eyes gleamed with excitement. "Come and see." When Ember arrived at the nest stone, he found the entire valley gathered there. Dragons of all shapes and sizes filled the platform and the surrounding cliffs, their scales shimmering in the growing darkness. At the center of the gathering stood the elders, 3 ancient dragons whose very presence seemed to command the wind itself. Their scales were duller with age, but their eyes burned with an intensity that belied their years. One of the elders, a massive silver dragon named Theros, stepped forward. His voice, deep and resonant, carried effortlessly across the gathering. "Children of Skydream Crag," he began, "a great challenge lies ahead. The flame trials are upon us." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Ember's heart sank. He had heard of the flame trials, a rite of passage for young dragons, designed to test their strength, courage, and, above all, their mastery of fire. Failure meant exile, or worse, disgrace. "You will be tested," Theros continued, "not just in your flame, but in your heart. For the fire of a dragon is not merely in their breath, it is in their spirit." Ember shifted uncomfortably, avoiding the glances of the other younglings. He could already hear the whispers, the barely concealed laughter at his expense. "What's the point of testing Ember?" one of his brothers muttered. "We all know how that'll end." Aurelia shot them a sharp look, silencing them, but the damage was done. Ember lowered his gaze, his claws digging into the obsidian beneath him. "Each of you will undertake a journey," Theros said, his piercing eyes sweeping over the younglings. "The path will be different for all, but the goal remains the same: to ignite the flame within." Ember's heart ached at the words. "What if there is no flame within me?" he thought. As the gathering dispersed, Aurelia nudged him gently. "Don't listen to them," she said quietly. "You're more capable than you think." Ember didn't reply. He simply nodded and turned away, retreating to his secluded corner of the valley. But as he stared out into the night, watching the stars glimmer against the darkness, a small spark of determination began to kindle in his chest. Later that night, as the valley slept, Ember found himself restless. The elder's words echoed in his mind, mingling with the lizard's cryptic remark. Not all fire burns the same. What had it meant? And could it possibly hold a clue to his own path? Driven by a sudden impulse, Ember spread his wings and took to the sky. His flight was unsteady, but determination kept him aloft. He soared over the valley, past the jagged peaks, until he reached a secluded glade bathed in moonlight. There, he landed clumsily, his claws sinking into the soft grass. In the center of the glade stood a peculiar stone, its surface etched with strange, glowing symbols. Ember approached cautiously, his heart racing. The air around the stone felt alive, thrumming with an energy he couldn't describe. As he reached out to touch the stone, a voice echoed in his mind. Not the deep rumble of Theros, or the teasing lilt of his siblings, but something ancient and warm, like the embers of a dying fire. "Do you truly seek your flame, little one?" the voice asked. Ember's breath caught. "Yes," he whispered, "more than anything." "Then prepare yourself," the voice said. "Your journey begins now." The symbols on the stone flared brightly, and a wave of heat washed over Ember. The ground beneath him shifted, and before he could react, the world around him dissolved into light. The light enveloped Ember completely, warm and pulsating, like the heart of a fire. He felt weightless, adrift in an endless sea of radiance. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished, leaving him standing in a place unlike any he had ever seen. The glade was gone, replaced by a vast open plain under a twilight sky. The ground beneath his claws was cracked and dry, the air thick with the scent of ash and something faintly metallic. In the distance, jagged mountains clawed at the horizon, their peaks wreathed in storms of red and gold. "What is this place?" Ember whispered, his voice trembling. "This," said the warm voice from before, "is the Ember's path, a place between worlds, forged by the first flames of creation. It is here that your spirit will be tested." Ember turned, but there was no one in sight. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating within him like the echo of a forgotten melody. Why me? Ember asked, his voice wavering. I'm not like the others. I don't have a flame. All dragons have a flame, the voice replied, gentle, yet firm. But not all flames burn the same. Your task is to discover yours. The ground rumbled beneath him, and Ember stumbled backward as a fissure split the earth ahead. From the chasm rose 3 glowing orbs, each pulsating with fiery light. They hovered in the air, circling one another like planets caught in orbit. These are the trials of flame, the voice continued. Each will challenge a different part of you. Strength, wisdom, and heart. Pass them, and your true flame will awaken. Fail, and the path will close forever. Ember swallowed hard, his claws digging into the cracked earth. The weight of the challenge pressed heavily on him, but somewhere deep inside, a flicker of determination stirred. I'll try, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The orbs pulsed in response, and one of them, burning a deep crimson, floated forward, stopping just inches from Ember's snout. Your first trial, the voice intoned, is the trial of strength. The world shifted around him once more, and Ember found himself standing in a vast arena. The ground was scorched and uneven, littered with the charred remains of what looked like ancient pillars. The air was thick with heat, and the sky above roiled with clouds of smoke. Ahead of him, the ground trembled, and a hulking figure emerged from the shadows. It was a golem, its body forged from blackened stone and veins of molten lava. Its eyes burned with an unrelenting fire as it lumbered toward him, each step shaking the arena. Ember's heart raced. He wasn't a fighter. He wasn't like his siblings, who could duel each other in the skies with claws and flames. What chance did he have against something like this? The golem roared, a deep, guttural sound that made Ember's scales shiver. It charged, its massive fists slamming into the ground, just feet away from where Ember stood. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the arena, knocking Ember off his feet. Stand, little one, the voice urged. Strength is not just in your claws, it is in your will. Ember scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. He couldn't fight the golem head-on, but perhaps he didn't need to. His eyes darted to the terrain around him, jagged rocks, unstable ground, and the remnants of the shattered pillars. The golem charged again, its molten fists raised. This time, Ember leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The ground where the golem struck cracked and crumbled, revealing a pool of molten lava beneath. That's it, Ember thought, his heart pounding. Use its strength against it. He darted toward one of the larger pillars, positioning himself behind it. The golem followed, its massive frame moving with surprising speed. Just as it raised its fists to strike, Ember leaped away. The golem's blow shattered the pillar, sending debris flying in every direction. The force of the attack left it momentarily unbalanced, its molten core exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Ember lunged forward, ramming into the golem's chest with all his might. It wasn't much. His small frame barely made an impact, but it was enough to send the creature staggering backward. Its foot caught on the edge of the molten fissure, and with a deafening roar, it toppled into the lava below. The arena fell silent. Ember stood there, his chest heaving, as the golem's molten form sank beneath the surface. The voice returned, warm and approving. "You have passed the trial of strength," it said. "You are stronger than you believe." As the crimson orb reappeared, hovering before him for a moment before dissolving into light, Ember felt an odd warmth spreading through his body. His dull gray scales, worn and muted for so long, began to shimmer faintly, catching the light as though dusted with the embers of a fire. His wings, once frail and thin, felt sturdier, their edges glinting faintly like the beginnings of a flame. A spark of hope ignited in his chest. Perhaps, he thought, there was more to him than he had believed. The arena faded, and Ember found himself back on the Ember's path. The two remaining orbs hovered before him, their fiery light casting long shadows on the cracked ground. The second orb, glowing a brilliant gold, floated forward. "Your next trial," the voice said, "is the trial of wisdom." The world shifted again, and Ember found himself in a vast library. Shelves stretched endlessly in every direction, filled with books that seemed to hum with energy. The air was cool and still, broken only by the faint rustling of pages turning on their own. In the center of the library stood a pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome. Ember approached cautiously, his claws clicking against the polished floor. The tome opened as he neared, its pages flipping rapidly before settling on a single passage. The words glowed faintly, written in a language he didn't recognize. "Here lies a riddle," the voice said. "Solve it, and you will find the path forward. Fail, and you will remain lost in the labyrinth of knowledge." Ember leaned closer, reading the riddle aloud. "I am not alive, yet I can grow. I have no lungs, yet I need air. I have no mouth, yet I can drown. What am I?" He frowned, his mind racing. The answer was on the edge of his thoughts, just out of reach. He glanced around the library, hoping for a clue, but the shelves remained silent and unmoving. "Not alive, yet it can grow," he muttered. "No lungs, but it needs air." His eyes widened as realization struck. "Fire!" he exclaimed. "The answer is fire!" The tome glowed brightly, and the pedestal sank into the floor, revealing a staircase leading downward. Ember descended cautiously, the library fading behind him as he stepped into a new chamber. As he reached the chamber, he felt it again. That same warmth from before, but stronger this time. His shimmering scales grew brighter, now streaked with faint veins of gold that pulsed with energy. His vision sharpened, and he felt a subtle strength coursing through his wings, as though they were infused with the power of the winds themselves. "You have passed the trial of wisdom," the voice said. "Your mind burns as brightly as your spirit." The golden orb dissolved, leaving only the final orb, a deep, pulsating blue. "Prepare yourself, little one," the voice said, "for the final trial awaits, the trial of heart." The blue orb hovered before Ember, its pulsating light casting faint, wavering shadows across the cracked ground. Unlike the earlier trials, where the voice of guidance had been clear and steady, this orb felt eerily silent. Its energy was calm yet heavy, as if it carried the weight of something far greater than Ember could comprehend. "This is the trial of heart," the voice finally said, but its tone was different now, softer, almost sorrowful. "Here, you will face a choice. Your path will not be decided by strength or wisdom, but by what lies within." Ember hesitated, his claws fidgeting against the stone. The air around him grew cool, a stark contrast to the fiery trials before. "I've made it this far," he said, his voice shaking but resolute. "I'll face whatever comes." The blue orb pulsed once, and the world shifted. The ground beneath Ember dissolved, and he was surrounded by light once more. When he landed, it was not in an arena or a library, but a vast, empty space. The sky above was a deep indigo, dotted with faint stars, and the ground beneath his claws felt like polished obsidian, smooth and cool. Ahead, the space rippled, and a figure began to take shape. At first, Ember thought it was another version of himself, but as the form solidified, he realized it was something far more imposing. A dragon emerged from the darkness, its scales black as midnight, shimmering faintly with streaks of crimson. Its eyes burned like molten fire, and its wings stretched wide, their edges sharp as blades. It was larger than any dragon Ember had ever seen, exuding an aura of raw power and dominance. "Welcome, little one," the dragon said, its voice deep and resonant, echoing across the void. "You've come far, haven't you?" Ember swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he forced himself to stand tall. "I've passed the trials of strength and wisdom," he said, his voice faltering. "I'll pass this one too." The black dragon chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Oh, this trial is different," it said. "This is not about proving yourself. This is about a choice." "A choice?" Ember asked, his brow furrowing. The dragon stepped closer, its fiery eyes narrowing as it studied him. "Tell me, little one," it said, its voice dripping with curiosity. "What do you desire most in this world?" Ember hesitated, his mind racing. He thought of his siblings, their golden and emerald scales shining as they soared through the skies. He thought of the laughter and jeers, the way they had excluded him, mocked him for his lack of flame. But more than anything, he thought of the longing, the deep ache in his chest to belong, to be seen as more than the runt. "I want to be like them," he said finally. "I want to have what they have. Fire, strength, everything." The black dragon's grin widened, its teeth gleaming like shards of obsidian. "And what if I told you," it said, its voice dropping to a whisper, "that you could have all of it, right now?" Ember's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The dragon circled him slowly, its massive wings casting shadows that seemed to ripple and twist. "There is a flame within you, yes," it said. "But it is small, weak, unworthy of your kind. Why struggle to kindle it when you could claim a fire far greater? Ember's eyes widened, confusion and unease swirling in his chest. Claim it. How? The dragon stopped, leaning close so that its fiery eyes bored into his. Take it, it said simply. There are others, dragons like your siblings, with flames that burn brightly. Their fire could be yours. All it would take is a single act of will. Ember staggered back, shaking his head. You're asking me to steal their fire? Not steal, the dragon said, its tone smooth and persuasive. Take. You would not harm them. You would simply become what you were always meant to be. The words hung in the air, tempting and suffocating all at once. Ember's mind raced. He thought of how easily his siblings flew, how their flames burned bright in the sky. He thought of the pain of being left behind, the endless days of feeling like less than nothing. To finally have what they had, it was all he had ever wanted. But then he thought of what it would mean. To take their fire would be to strip them of what made them who they were. It would mean rising by bringing others low. No, Ember said, his voice trembling but firm. The dragon blinked, its fiery eyes narrowing. What did you say? I said no, Ember repeated, standing his ground. I don't want to take their fire. I want to find my own. The dragon let out a low growl, its massive form looming over him. Foolish little whelp, it hissed. Do you truly think you can find strength in that feeble ember of yours? Do you truly believe you can burn brighter without sacrifice? Ember took a deep breath, his golden-streaked scales catching the faint starlight. Maybe my flame is small now, he said. Maybe it will take time to grow. But it's mine, and I'll find it, no matter how long it takes. For a moment, the dragon was silent, its fiery gaze locked on him. Then it began to laugh, a deep, echoing sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath Ember's feet. Perhaps there is more to you than I thought, the dragon said, its voice filled with a strange mix of approval and amusement. Very well, little one. You have chosen your path. Let us see if you can walk it. The dragon's form began to dissolve, its shadowy body breaking apart into tendrils of flame that swirled around Ember. The flames didn't burn. Instead, they filled him with warmth, igniting something deep within his chest. His scales glowed brighter, the golden veins now pulsing like molten fire. His wings expanded, their edges shimmering with a fiery aura, and he felt a strength unlike anything he had ever known. You have passed the trial of heart, the voice said, returning with its familiar warmth. You have proven that your flame, no matter how small, is your own, and it will grow stronger with every step you take. Ember stood tall, his chest swelling with newfound confidence. The world around him began to shift once more, and he found himself back on the Ember's path. But this time, he felt different. He wasn't just a little dragon anymore. He was something more, something greater. Return to the nest stone, the voice said. Your journey is far from over. With a determined gaze, Ember spread his wings and took to the sky, the fiery glow trailing behind him as he soared toward his next challenge. The wind whipped past Ember's glowing wings as he soared above the jagged peaks of Skydream Crag. The stars glittered in the dark sky, casting faint light over the valley he had called home. But this time, it was different. Ember was not the same dragon who had left, burdened by doubt and yearning. His scales shimmered with golden fire. His wings carried him with strength and grace, and deep within his chest burned the beginnings of a flame that was entirely his own. Yet, as the familiar cliffs came into view, a knot of unease formed in his stomach. The elders, his siblings, the other younglings, they had all seen him as the runt, the dragon who couldn't. How would they react to the dragon he had become? Would they believe him? Would they accept him? Ember shook his head, forcing the doubts away. The trials had taught him more than just strength and wisdom. They had shown him the importance of standing firm in who he was. Whatever awaited him at Skydream Crag, he would face it. The valley was quiet as Ember landed near the nest stone. The obsidian platform gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and the cool air carried the familiar scent of pine and earth. For a moment, Ember hesitated, his claws clicking softly against the stone. Then, with a deep breath, he stepped forward. A sudden gust of wind announced the arrival of another dragon. Aurelia landed gracefully beside him, her golden scales catching the moonlight. Her sharp eyes widened as she took in his appearance, the glowing veins of molten gold across his scales, the fiery aura that trailed faintly from his wings, and the determined set of his jaw. "Ember?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "Is it really you?" "It's me," Ember said, his voice steady but warm. "I've returned." Aurelia stared at him for a long moment, her expression a mixture of shock and awe. You've changed," she said finally. "What happened?" Ember hesitated, unsure where to begin. "I went on a journey," he said. "I faced trials that tested everything I am. And I found my flame." Aurelia's eyes softened, and for the first time in as long as Ember could remember, there was no trace of mockery or pity in her gaze. "You found your flame," she repeated, almost in awe. "The others, they need to see this." Before Ember could respond, she let out a roar that echoed across the valley. Moments later, dragons began to descend from the cliffs and caves, their scales gleaming in the moonlight as they gathered around the nest stone. Ember's siblings were among them, their curious eyes scanning him as they whispered to one another. "What's going on?" one of his brothers asked, stepping forward. His emerald scales shimmered as he regarded Ember with a mixture of skepticism and confusion. "Why did you call us here, Aurelia?" "Because Ember has returned," Aurelia said, her voice firm. "And he's not the dragon we once knew." The murmurs grew louder, and all eyes turned to Ember. He shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny, but held his ground. "I've been through the Ember's path," he said, his voice carrying over the crowd. "I've faced the trials of strength, wisdom, and heart. I've found my flame." The crowd erupted in disbelief. "The Ember's path? That's just a legend," one dragon scoffed. His flame? Another jeered. He couldn't even breathe smoke before. Enough. A booming voice silenced the crowd as Theros, the silver-scaled elder, landed on the nest stone. His piercing eyes swept over the gathered dragons before settling on Ember. Let us see the truth of his words. Ember stepped forward, meeting the elder's gaze without flinching. What must I do? He asked. Theros studied him for a moment before nodding. Show us your flame, he said. Let the fire within you speak. Ember took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. This was the moment he had feared for so long. The moment when he would be judged not by his words, but by what he could do. He closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth that now burned deep within him. It was faint but steady, a spark that had grown brighter with each trial. He inhaled deeply, feeling the warmth rise to his throat. Then, with all his strength, he exhaled. A brilliant plume of golden flame erupted from his jaws, illuminating the entire valley. It danced and swirled in the air, brighter and more radiant than any flame Ember had ever seen. The crowd fell silent, their disbelief replaced by awe. When the flame faded, Ember opened his eyes to find every dragon staring at him. For the first time, he saw no mockery, no pity, only wonder and respect. You were right, Theros said, his voice filled with quiet approval. Your flame is unlike any other. The crowd murmured in agreement, and Ember's siblings stepped forward, their expressions sheepish. Ember, Aurelia said, her voice soft. We were wrong about you. I was wrong about you. You're incredible. Ember smiled, his heart swelling with pride and relief. I'm still me, he said. I've just finally found what was always there. As the crowd dispersed, Theros motioned for Ember to follow him. The elder led him to a secluded cliff overlooking the valley, where the stars shone brightly above. You have come far, Theros said, his voice heavy with wisdom. But your journey is not over. The flame you carry is rare and powerful, and it will draw the attention of those who seek to control or destroy it. Ember's gaze hardened. What should I do? Protect it, Theros said simply. Nurture it. Your flame is not just for you. It is a gift to this world. Use it wisely, and you will become more than you ever imagined. Ember nodded, his resolve stronger than ever. The trials had given him more than a flame. They had given him a purpose. And as he gazed out at the valley below, he knew that his journey was just beginning. The dawn broke over Skydream Crag, painting the valley in hues of gold and crimson. Ember stood on the edge of the nest stone, his golden-streaked scales glimmering in the early light. For the first time, he felt like he belonged, not as the runt of the clutch, but as a dragon with a fire that burned as brightly as any other. Yet, deep in his chest, he knew his journey wasn't over. The words of Theros lingered in his mind. Your flame will draw attention, both good and ill. Protect it, nurture it, and you will become more than you ever imagined. The stillness of the morning was broken by the sound of rushing wings. Aurelia landed beside him, her expression uncharacteristically solemn. "Ember," she said, her voice tinged with urgency. "The elders are calling for you. Something's happened." When Ember arrived at the nest stone, he found the elders and many of the valley's dragons gathered in tense silence. Theros stood at the center, his silver scales glinting as he addressed the crowd. "A shadow has fallen over Skydream Crag," Theros said, his voice steady but grave. "The flames of the Emberforge have been extinguished." A collective gasp rippled through the gathering. The Emberforge was a sacred site, a place where young dragons would rekindle their flames if they faltered. For it to fall silent was unthinkable. "How?" one dragon asked. "What could extinguish the forge?" Theros's piercing eyes scanned the crowd before settling on Ember. "A great enemy has returned to these lands, a shadow dragon, forged from the remnants of the flame trials, has risen to consume the light of Skydream Crag." The name sent a shiver through the crowd. Shadow dragons were creatures of legend, born of corrupted fire and driven by hunger for destruction. "The shadow dragon has claimed the Emberforge as its own," Theros continued, "and if it is not stopped, its darkness will spread across the valley." Ember stepped forward, his wings spreading slightly as he met Theros's gaze. "What can we do?" Theros studied him for a long moment before speaking. "This foe was born of the same trials you have endured. It is tied to the fire within you. Only your flame can stand against it." A ripple of murmurs swept through the crowd, and Ember felt the weight of their gazes. He had only just begun to understand his flame. Could he truly wield it against such a creature? "You're not alone," Aurelia said, stepping forward to stand beside him. "We'll face it together." Ember looked at her, his heart swelling with gratitude. He turned back to Theros and nodded. "Tell me what I must do." The Emberforge lay deep within the heart of Skydream Crag, hidden within a cavern wreathed in molten rock and ancient runes. As Ember and Aurelia approached, they felt the air grow heavy and cold, a stark contrast to the forge's usual heat. The once vibrant glow of its flames was gone, replaced by an eerie darkness that seemed to pulse like a living thing. From the shadows, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the cavern. Ember's scales tingled as he felt the presence of the shadow dragon, a massive figure wreathed in black flame, its eyes burning with crimson fire. It stepped forward, its claws scraping against the stone as it loomed over them. "So," the shadow dragon hissed, its voice like the crackle of dying embers, "the little flame has come to challenge me." Ember held his ground, his wings flaring as he met the creature's gaze. "You've taken something that doesn't belong to you," he said. "The forge's fire is not yours to consume." The shadow dragon laughed, a low, mocking sound. "And what will you do, little one? Your flame is but a flicker compared to mine." Ember's chest tightened, but he pushed the doubt aside. He had faced fear before. He would face it again. He inhaled deeply, summoning the warmth within him, and exhaled a stream of golden fire. The flame cut through the darkness, illuminating the cavern and driving the shadow dragon back. The beast roared, its black flames surging as it retaliated with a torrent of shadowy fire. Ember darted to the side, the heat singeing his wings, as he narrowly avoided the attack. Aurelia leapt forward, unleashing her own golden flames, but the shadow dragon absorbed them effortlessly. "This isn't working," Aurelia said, her voice strained. "Its fire is too strong." Ember landed beside her, his mind racing. The trials had taught him that strength alone wasn't enough, that cunning and heart were just as important. He studied the shadow dragon, noting the way its flames flickered and wavered, and a realization struck him. "It's feeding off the forge," he said. "If we sever its connection, it'll weaken." Aurelia nodded. "How do we do that?" Ember's gaze fell on the runes carved into the walls of the cavern. They glowed faintly, their light pulsing in rhythm with the shadow dragon's flames. "The runes," he said. "They're binding it to the forge. We need to destroy them." Aurelia hesitated. "That could collapse the cavern." "It's a risk we have to take," Ember said. "If we don't stop it here, it'll destroy everything." Together, they moved quickly. While Aurelia kept the shadow dragon distracted with bursts of flame, Ember focused on the runes. He slammed his claws into the stone, chipping away at the carvings. Each rune he shattered caused the shadow dragon to recoil, its flames flickering weaker with each blow. "You dare defy me?" the beast roared, its voice shaking the cavern. Its molten crimson eyes locked onto Ember, rage building in waves as it drew on the last remnants of its power. The shadow dragon unleashed a torrent of dark fire, a searing blast that crackled with raw destruction, and raced toward Ember with unrelenting fury. Ember froze for a fraction of a second, his claws gripping the final rune. He could see the fire rushing toward him, faster than he could react. But before it reached him, a golden blur cut across his vision. "No!" Aurelia roared, throwing herself between Ember and the attack. Her wings spread wide, forming a shield as the fire engulfed her completely. The flames slammed into her, their force shaking the cavern. Aurelia let out a cry of pain, but she stood firm, her golden scales glowing fiercely as they absorbed the brunt of the shadow dragon's fury. "Keep going," she shouted, her voice straining against the fire's relentless roar. "You're almost there." "Aurelia?" Ember screamed, his heart pounding as he watched his sister hold back the flames with every ounce of her strength. He wanted to run to her, to shield her somehow, but the forge's fire pulsed around him, urging him forward. With tears in his eyes, Ember turned back to the final rune. He raised his claws, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike. The stone shattered beneath him, and the cavern erupted with light as the forge's fire surged back to life. The shadow dragon let out a deafening roar, its flames flickering and dying as its connection to the forge was severed. Its massive form began to collapse, dissolving into smoke and ash. But as the darkness faded, so too did the glow of Aurelia's golden scales. She staggered, her wings drooping as the light in her eyes began to dim. "No!" Ember cried, rushing to her side as she collapsed to the ground. He pressed his head against hers, his chest heaving with sobs. "Aurelia, no!" You can't leave me." She looked up at him, her expression soft despite the pain etched into her features. "You've found your flame," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "and it burns brighter than any I've ever seen. Protect it, Ember. Let it guide you." Tears streamed down Ember's face as he nodded, his heart breaking with every word. "I will," he choked. "I promise." Aurelia's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, a faint smile touching her lips. Then, with a final shuddering breath, her body grew still. The cavern began to tremble as the forge's fire surged, its light filling every corner of the space. Ember stood, his legs trembling beneath him as he gently closed Aurelia's eyes. The pain in his chest felt unbearable, but he knew he couldn't stay. The valley needed him. The forge's fire needed to be protected. Carrying the weight of his loss, Ember spread his wings and flew toward the cavern's entrance. As he burst into the open air, the entrance collapsed behind him, sealing the remnants of the shadow dragon and the forge's sacred fire within. When Ember returned to the nest stone, the dragons of Skydream Crag greeted him with cheers, their flames lighting up the valley. But Ember's heart felt heavy as he stood before the gathered crowd, his golden scales shimmering with the light of the forge. Theros stepped forward, his silver eyes filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "You have done what no dragon has ever done," Theros said. "You have reclaimed the forge and protected the flame. But the cost..." His voice trailed off as he bowed his head. "Aurelia's sacrifice will never be forgotten." Ember stood tall, his grief mingling with the resolve that burned within him. "She gave her life so that I could find my flame," he said, "and I will honor her by protecting it, by using it to guide and defend this valley." The dragons roared in agreement, their flames rising to the sky in tribute. But as Ember gazed out at the horizon, he felt the weight of his promise. His sister's sacrifice had given him more than strength. It had given him a purpose. He spread his glowing wings, the fiery aura trailing behind him as he soared into the sky. The light of his flame burned brighter than ever, a beacon of hope for Skydream Crag, and a testament to the love and courage of the sister who had believed in him until her last breath. As the tale of Ember and his extraordinary journey to embrace his flame and protect Skydream Crag from the shadow's darkness draws to a close, let this story remind us of the strength that lies within, the courage to face our fears, and the sacrifices that illuminate the path to becoming our true selves. Through Ember's trials, his unwavering heart, and the love that fueled his resolve, we discover that even the smallest ember can grow into a flame that lights the way for others. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the warmth of newfound strength, the glow of radiant flames, and the endless promise of stories that ignite your imagination. Good night.